in here. Whoa, I can already see what they must have written. Anaxa has no respect for the gods. His very existence undermines order in our society. Why else would they call him the great performer? When Anaxa established his school of thought, the first thing he apparently did was read his Are the Titans truly an accurate reflection of what humans think gods should be? Worlds created by gods are indubitably perfect, but what of Amphorius? Only foolishness and insensitivity everywhere. They marched him straight to the seat of judgment before he could finish. Though what he took on in the end was more of a debate than an actual trial. He had to address every one of the scholar's allegations, or face the first allegation was... Do you agree that since the Titans created the heavens and earth... Anaxa would have probably been spared a lot of trouble if he had answered this way. Instead, he quoted past instances of the flame-chased journey, and paused, needless to say, his critics didn't take kindly to his answer, so they followed up with a second allegation. You claim to be studying souls, yet you are, in fact, defiling them and committing acts condemned by the gods. Anaxa always wears an eye patch, never removing it, even when alone. Some say he used one of his eyes. Every being in the world owes their safekeeping to Kefali, and this is even more so for the Chrysos heirs who have divine blood coursing through them. If he has really done something of that nature, thankfully they had no way to prove it, so it amounted to nothing more than an allegation, and one by one, Anaxa engaged in wars of words against those who would challenge him. Toward the end, a scholar asked him, Anaxagoras, have you any respect for the gods? It was only after a brief silence that he answered, I have never denied that Titans are meant to be noble constructs. Yes, I'm not sure how that controversy was eventually resolved. But what's for certain, at least, is that Anaxa was allowed to stay in the grove where he continued his research, despite being regarded as a heretic. By the way, this stack of complaint letters has reminded me of a place I'm talking about Anaxa's alchemy lab, hidden between the cornerstones. It's a well-kept secret. Among the 7 sages, excluding the nominal chief sage, even the administrators of the Library of Philia are restricted from accessing those places and documenting the sage's research. But with the grove in this state, I'm sure Anaxa won't be mad even if we sneak into the lab for a short while, right? This is the place, but materials for alchemical experiments, matrix diagrams, and even the seal to the lab. They're... No, not even close. Not only are alchemy experiments high-risk activities, but Professor Anaxa also has a penchant for using bizarre materials. Students often saw him walk in looking right as rain. Huh? That bookshelf over there seems... What's going on? Anaxa is conducting research on our friends in Alchema and... me? It wouldn't have been so strange if he had focused only on Cassie, given her own curiosity about her origins. Plus, considering that the new sporists have crafted omnipotent medicines capable of curing diseases, it also makes sense that he would conduct research on now, it seems Anaxa's objective was never to create medicine, but... Danny, look at this. My biggest fear. It's come true. After going through his notes, Anaxa was carrying out experiments on soul transmutation. Yes, this is what he was secretly conducting research on. Something he had to keep hidden from others. Compared to his public speeches, this is the real blasphemy. Oh, I just thought of something. Do you remember when the black tide was approaching? The Grove had planned to send Circe's core flame to a safe place. But an accident happened along the way, and Anaxa lost his life in the process. That's right. But what if Professor Anaxa's fusion with the core flame of reason wasn't an Put yourself in his shoes. Knowing that the black tide was closing in and your time was running out, what would you have done? Exactly. When the black tide came, the true reason Anaxa headed to the luminary throne was to transmute and fuse himself with the Titan's core flame. No. Judging from how he reacted after the event, the results came as a surprise. The manuscripts detailing all the alchemical formulae have been taken away. His research is still on... Like, what? There's only one Titan left in the world now. No. He's after Kefali.
Sir, this sky above us,
Of course not. This is just an image from a projection device used for educational purposes. A simple trick. The day-night cycle has been lost to this world. So that students like you may still learn about the night sky, astronomers have harnessed the Titan's miraculous power to manipulate the light, projecting the nights of the past here for you. Much like how the sky above the holy city is also illuminated.
So, the skies of Akama are...
You mustn't conclude that, Inoxa. You should know that only a child would expose a trick and be proud of it. Often people know more than they let on. They simply choose to feign ignorance because they have no other choice.
Then they're just deluding themselves. People believe in Kefali's tale of Genesis, accepting wholesale whatever the priests preach. But we're different. We've already walked out of the firelit cave of ignorance. We have already realized that we live in a world where Titans make the rules. Even when we look at the sky, we're only seeing what they allow us to see, rather than gazing at this mockery of a night sky fabricated by them.
So much time has passed since you sowed the seeds of doubt in my heart, child. Many a night, I find myself penning down all my theories.
Why? Because we'll face death by burning if word gets out?
As a sage of the Venerationists, my soul has already become inextricably linked to the great tree. But above all else, my days are numbered. Instinctively, I have my doubts about the golden blood and the human soul, yet I have no means of verifying them. The golden blood in my veins is woefully thin, and I am loath to waste what little time I have left obsessing over...
But I can, sir. I can do it for us. The time is right. Give me all that I need, and...
You're right. I shall do just that. Go. Establish your own school of thought. Find out what we are.
Child of humanity, you didn't go to such lengths for an audience with Kefali. Just ask him a few questions, did you?
So, you figured it out. If I were as foolish as a Dromus, perhaps I'd throw myself down and prostrate before their greatness, begging for the gods' prophetic wisdom. Well...
Before such power, does it make any difference whether you're a human or a Dromus?
I'm sure you're familiar with the story of the Styxians. When the raging waves threatened to swallow them, they didn't just give up and become sitting ducks. No. They constructed a dam that kept the... They call me a blasphemer, Circes. But that doesn't mean I deny the excess. As I see it, Titans are simply a force.
Oh? If power that rivals the Titans is what you crave, why not conform to the prophecy and brave the trial?
Why stop at harnessing the power of the Titans when I can do so much more? The source of life is what I wish to grasp, to understand what makes up the... Thanks to you, I've had the chance to personally verify, in more ways than one, that the soul indeed ceases to exist in death. How then is a soul born? That was the only unknown...
And by the sound of it, you have already formed a...
No. I have already drawn a conclusion. In my journey...
Professor Anaxa, I'm here. His life hangs by a thread. I must ask you to refrain from taking any unnecessary steps.
Of course. I'll bring this to a conclusive end, and give you the answer you so desire. However, in accordance with the principle of equivalent exchange...
As you wish.
Don't you care to know what the
It's a matter of uncovering the truth about the Death Titan and his survival. This may be the only time I can ever save someone's life. There is no need for me to think twice.
I see.
Indulge me. Am I correct to say that you intend to prove that...
Before I begin, I must confess I had been stuck in a cognitive trap, all as unrelated as these two propositions may seem at first glance. They are, in fact, logical equivalents. The reason I say this is as I've mentioned earlier.
Anaxa, you were in the Netherrealm?
Yes, I am but a living dead man now. But that's not important. That's not all. Remember how I said you were a part of that conversation too, Circes?
And I've told you that I have no recollection of such an event. That was likely just an illusion conjured up by the mind of a dying man.
Of course you would remember. Because that wasn't you. That was Calypso. One of the 7 sages of the Grove.
Calypso?
That's the name I made up on a whim when speaking to this girl. How do you know of it? And surely you jest. Don't you think I, of all people, would know if that were the name of one of the 7 sages under the shade of my tree? Don't you claim to know?
It seems you've lost even the memories seared into your... Use your head, Circes. Since all of this took place in the realm of the dead, it stands to reason they're like the living cannot step foot into that world. So who could they be? Think about Calypso. Why does she share your light? The answer is evident, is it not? Those fallen heroes are the mortal incarnations of the Titans before their ascensions to godhood. The gods aren't master creators born out of thin air, and they are no different from humans. Does this answer disappoint?
Yes, because you've answered nothing. If I truly was once human, as you claim, then where...
Even on the off chance that you speak the truth, this brings us no closer to grasping Thanatos' whereabouts.
I knew you would, but it matters not. I know what I'm doing. Actually,
You can revive...
humans cannot return from the dead. Neither can gods. But all we need to do is look at this from a different perspective, and the problem will resolve itself. If I'm reborn as Kefali, I can rebuild the world and all within it as they once did. Simple, is it not?
I have news from Hyacinth and Danhung. Anaxa might be trying to do something with...
Kefali? But what could Anaxa want? Is the Council of Elders going to sit around and let such a sacrilegious act unfold?
That is not possible. He is indeed the great performer.
I'm sorry.
No need for guilt, for this is good news to us. The Council of Elders has found themselves a traitorous ally. What we should be doing now is to keep our eyes peeled for whichever trickery Kainis is up to, and react accordingly to... Being Akima's political center, the Demigod Council holds just as much significance as the Vortex of Genesis. Someday, after my duty is over, this site will take the place of the battlefield where you hunt gods. Become the... Till then, it's best to get used to this place as soon as possible.
Preposterous! The Christosairs only have their standing because of the Council of Elders!
It's been a while. What is that supposed to mean? Is this really the sort of person that the young lord praised as a ferocious warrior?
It has indeed been some time, Lord Crateros. What brings you here in...
Shh! Keep it. Be more vigilant. See those duplicitous dogs over there? They do the dirty work for kindness. I've already ordered my people to hold them back, but we should still lay low. Unless you're itching for a bloody fight to get a workout in.
My bad.
Did you hear thunderclaps last night? Thunderclaps are beacon signals of strife. They are a message from the young lord. He threw a spear bearing...
Watch out. The Flame Reaver is back.
I guessed as much. We didn't actually kill them back at the Kremnos Arena.
I figured this is something you would want to know. We Kremnoans never back down from a fight. So if you plan to take that thing down in a battle, reach out to me anytime.
You have my gratitude.
Remind her to be on her toes while you're at it. That vicious kindness has been unusually... Those lackeys she keeps undercover have been going in and out of the city a lot more frequently these days. Some even seem to be getting Kremnoans.
That's...
Looks like you can see...
We should get back. Thank you.
By Catholic, into lantern above, as the Theoros I have observed. Virtuous.
Aglaya!
I know about the poisonous fangs of that king snake through the golden threads. In the past, I would be confident about keeping her in...
What do you mean?
It is no longer about eloquence or arguments. I have been a demigod for far too long that I hardly have any humanity left. Before I realized it, I have think this has come a lot sooner than I expected. But perhaps it is time. I need you.
Yes, this is my duty, but...
It is far easier for the Council of Elders to fool many than just fool one person. Their so-called more support is no more than a ruse to distribute power using words. There is no glory in winning this debate. But that makes having respect for humans so much more priceless. Finan, you are a Chrysos heir without flaw, capable of relating deeply with humans.
I appreciate what you've taught me, Aglaya. I hope we'll live up to your expectations and win this debate.
Oh, you've done well, Lord Calictus. Let me take over and personally close this debate for today. Dearest counselors, let it be known that I sorely miss the blissful times portrayed in lyrical poems. Back then, Amphorius was home to nearly 1,000 cities, each with their own local faith, while gods walked the earth and shared close bonds with humans. Yet, in the present, people from all over are forced to leave their homeland to seek refuge in the holy city, where they hope to rest under Kephali's protection. All of us have long been in the same boat, with no way out of this plight. We didn't have a choice in the past, but now the Council of Elders brings to the table a new possibility. All I have left is one question for you. Would you rather strive toward the unheard of Era Nova, or return to the prosperous Era Chrysia of our past? Make your choice. Now, which of the two would lead mortals to an ideal future?
We all know that Era Chrysia is a thing of the past, Lady Kindness. Please, enlighten me. How does the Council of Elders plan to turn back time?
Let the three Titans of Calamity be born, and Era Chrysia is nevermore. But bring demise to those Titans, and Era Chrysia will descend upon us again. Know that the Council of Elders is never one to make empty promises. Look at who we have on our side. Anaxagoras, one of the Grove's 7 sages, and Castorus, Idonia's goddess of death. With the help of these 2 heroes, I can promise all of you that Era Chrysia will exist once more.
Aren't they Chrysos heirs? They're supporting the Council of Elders instead?
It's clear from the start that these heroes do not get along well in their group. All the more proof that Aglaya isn't fit to speak on behalf of every Chrysos heir. I am in favor of Era Chrysia.
Era Chrysia! Era Chrysia! Castorus? Why are you standing over there?
You finally arrived, Anaxa. So have you, Cass.
Don't worry, Aglaya. Well, I know that you have many queries. Could you continue to converse like how the citizens normally do? Tell me, dear citizens, if we successfully retrieve and return Thanatos' core flame without anyone passing the Death Titan's trial, what would happen next?
The answer is simple. We will have a chance to rid the world of death and bring Amphorius back to an era when all beings live forever. We'll usher in a new future.
He's one of the 7 sages. Your proposal is much too idealistic. As long as the Black Tide still exists, how can we go?
Remember what I previously said? Kephale's core flame is guarded by the secret power of the Council of Elders. Plus, Fagusa's water curtain will be able to block out any external perceptions. Tell me, dear citizens, have any of you ever seen even a glimpse of the threat that this person is talking about anywhere?
If we eliminate death, then there's no need for us. Citizens, let's loudly sing the blessed hymn. Oh, beautiful old world, where are you now?
After the destruction of the 3 Titans of Calamity, the Flame Chase journey will have to...
Yes! This is bad. The masses are...
Anaxa, pray tell. Everything that you've mentioned hinges on the premise that we can...
Thank you, Lady Aglaya, for still caring about this city. However, dear... For Castorus, Idonia's goddess of death will surely...
What? With that, I solemnly promise that the core flame Lady Casterus brings back will be. Thereafter, if we are able to garner the support of all of you at the Citizens' Assembly, we shall spare no effort in ensuring that the Era Chrysia will return to our world once again.
With the balance shattered, the result is clear. Buy carefully into Lent and above, as of the Theoros I have observed. Akama has chosen her destiny. The issue up for discussion at this Citizens' Assembly shall be modified to the suspension of the Flame Chase journey. This resolution...
Aglaya, dear Aglaya, what has caused your heart to soften? You also...
Wag your tongue as much as you like. Since the Flame Chase journey has been preordained by the...
Well then, I guess...
Well, it seems that when I sent you to look for Anaxa, I unintentionally facilitated your partnership with him instead.
My apologies, everyone. I know that you have many questions to...
In that case...
In actuality, he showed me a past that was both long and heavy.
The reason I say this is as I've mentioned earlier. The answer was...
Anaxa?
Yes, I am but a living dead man.
Have you heard of this tale before? A tale about the ocean god's treasured pearl, our hometown. It was a seaside town which enjoyed the ocean breeze and glorious, peaceful times, thanks to the wisdom of its ruling queen. Until one day, an evil dragon descended upon the town. Its wings were large enough to blot out the sun, while it barged into the tall tower and devoured the queen's beloved daughter. It even settled itself in her bedroom, like the queen assembled 300 warriors who managed to subdue the evil dragon by chaining it up. However, when the queen slit open the dragon's belly, she realized that the princess had long since been digested, and all that was left of her was a pile of bones. It was then that a devious, smooth-talking scholar arrived at the palace and suggested that the princess could be revived through the use of dragon bone and dragon blood. That liar called... The princess was reborn! The queen was overjoyed, blissfully unaware that the evil dragon's soul still lurked within the princess's body. As revenge, the evil dragon swallowed the poor queen, the glib liar, the courageous warriors, and all worse still, the souls of the deceased refused entry to the Netherrealm because they were filled with regret. Forced to roam the mortal realm, these resentful souls ultimately converged. The terrifying death had consumed all. Thereafter, our hometown fell into...
Until?
Actually, I don't know what happened next either.
Oh, my... It seems that you still like to whet people's appetites even after all this time, Pelixia. So, according to your story, this... And yet, what...
A miracle that I created with alchemy. As for what it is and how I was able to accomplish it, I'll keep the end.
My goodness. Is this cliff...
Quiet, Titan. Continue to enjoy this splendid play.
Dragon, huh? I've heard this legend before.
In that case, what...
I think that this so-called alchemy was a tenuous analogy added to the story by future generations. After all, you've never heard of a tradition of alchemy in your hometown?
Indeed. Before I left home to pursue my education, I never even knew that anybody was looking into this area of study.
Therefore, we can just treat this tale as a fable told to young children.
A fable, you say? If so, what moral is it trying to impart to the kids?
I guess it might be the concept of...
Oh? I thought the moral might be closer to something like, honor the dead.
Huh.
What? At a loss for words?
No, I merely realized that we're both thinking of the same principle. If life is priceless, then...
Indeed. As expected of the wisest scholar.
You flatter me. Why don't I ask you a question as well?
Of course. What is your question?
If I imparted my knowledge of the art, would you use it to resurrect someone you loved?
What? What kind of strange question is this? I got it. You're just trying to get me to tell you whether I like anyone, right?
Let's just leave it at that. That was rude of me.
Yes, I would.
Oh?
Death is inevitable. In the days to come, I'm certain that someone whom I cherish deeply will leave me for good. If such a mighty power really existed, I think I would use it without hesitation. After all, you, me, and the rest will all have to face that fateful moment eventually. My time is finally here. However,
You shall wither, and through that, the dead will sprout again from the remains. It is a pity that fate is such a cruel...
Is there no other way of interpreting those words?
I'm afraid that the meaning is clear. Between my sister and me, one must pay the price. Our trial can only be completed when the one chosen sacrifices her life. Even have selected a pair of twins for this exact purpose.
Fortune makes fools of us all.
My sister is prepared to sacrifice herself. And yet, I can't do the same. How absurd. My time is almost up, but I'm still afraid to welcome death. What should we do? If I'm most...
Since Chaos is willing to guide all of us and leave this trial to the end, there is still plenty of time for you to...
That's right. Don't allow the fog of an uncertain future to
Trial, prophecy, the topics that they're discussing seem familiar. But these three people must not have left their names in the epics. Otherwise, I would have...
Amphorius's history before the Titans were born was complete chaos. I have long held three hypotheses about this.
Calypso, Polixia, and this warrior.
Regarding this matter, Nias, are you confident?
Of course. Though, I am worried about what will happen once I've emerged. That's right, urged Victor.
Looks like you have made up.
Yes, this is the...
Completely separating courage, honor. You really know how to make things difficult.
Please, young lady, witness my fall and demise. Lady Calypso.
I do not understand. Why would you dare to sacrifice yourself for a future that you won't get to witness?
Because this is our destiny. The power that resides within me is so intense. Furthermore, a valorous death before glorious return has always been the path I chose to walk. A journey I began long ago. If yours...
I'm not that brave.
Despite being Death's chosen one, it seems you still don't know how to face it. Let's chat, young lady. Perhaps I shouldn't end my journey so hastily. Since there's still time, I'm not worried about letting fate wait a little longer.
Of course. This warrior is Lord Nias. As the embodiment of Nikador's divinity, he entrusted his life to us. That means that what I'm currently seeing before my...
Looks like one hypothesis of mine has already been proven true. These heroes are the true... If so, the chosen one of death that he speaks to...
Polixia? Is the previous form of Thanatos? But her appearance...
If this is true, as long as we can find out where she went, we'll naturally be...
But before that, we first need to witness what ultimately happened. Nikador's courage is a testament that they have never once retreated from a battle.
I've heard that these words are still engraved in Castrum Kremnos even today.
Nikador's courage is a testament that they have...
I've heard that these words are... Sealed within this statue is undoubtedly...
They use their own body as our city walls, keeping out and protecting us from the pervasive spread of madness. They are acutely aware that if the end times were to...
I believe that his tenacity is sealed within this.
Before we fought Nikador, we also released it from the stone statue. Lord Nias' honor is sealed here.
Incredible. The honor in this child's... Honor, courage.
And finally...
Cheer up, young lady. There is no need to shed tears over a glorious death.
All farewells in this world.
No, young lady. As a warrior, I have witnessed too many bitter deaths. But now, all I feel is peace.
Although only a sliver of your soul remains, you remain so optimistic. Or maybe the truth is...
To be honest, I don't know either. But I am certain of one thing. This is not an acceptance of death nor apathy toward it. I am just enjoying what remains.
Enjoying?
Indeed. Along this journey that we've taken together, not only have I changed the world, I myself have also changed in the process. And now I have reached the journey's end, when I look back and see the grand epic that I've personally written.
But when you depart the mortal realm, separation and death are two sides of the same coin. Reconciling this.
Finally, let me recount to you the first time I returned from the battlefield. I felt extremely hollow. The calamity had devoured everybody on the battlefield but me. When I returned to the city alone, the citizens held a banquet for me that was far from pleasant. It was late into the night by the time the banquet ended. My head still reeling, I returned alone to the barracks. It was a crazed scholar looking at the night sky and muttering to himself by the side of the road. Although I tripped over him and fell, I wasn't angry in the slightest. And maybe because I saw myself in. Do you think that it'd be better if we just died on the roadside like a couple of stray dogs? To my surprise, he shrugged his shoulder.
How does someone who is currently experiencing death, dying and living, afford the same amount of bliss? Now please, go away and don't block my starlight.
Are you trying to say that there is no difference between living and dying? For they are both journeys that lead toward death?
That's exactly what life is, and death is, but a scale to measure how valuable the journey was. Journeys and epics are only glorious and magnificent because all things eventually. Therefore, young lady, don't detest.
The embodiment of strife, telling me about the majesty of the...
Indeed. I believe that when the fated moment eventually arrives, you will be able to understand my words. It is time for me to knock on death's door. I will set up a long table at the end of the room. When that moment finally comes,
I knew this day would eventually...
Polixia, I'm here. What? This
is quite interesting indeed.
Is this Polixia's sister? Is it me? Now, it's time for us to fulfill. Are you afraid? What are you afraid of?
That
You shall wither, and through that, the dead will sprout again from the remains, and be reborn with the dead flame. As foretold in the prophecy, and according to our vows, once it all ends, we must face our fated moment head-on.
Even if it was prophesized, do we have no say in the matter? It's so unfair. Why are we the only ones who are forced into mutual destruction? Let me do it, sister. Let me be death's sacrifice. I was never long for this world anyway. But you're different. I was the one who wasted your life after all.
You're wrong, Polixia. I don't think that my life was wasted. Just the opposite. When I finally arrived at this destination and looked back at the journey I took, it was you who sowed the seeds for this sea of flowers. One that is more. Besides, I have lived a fulfilling life. Even though I was fated for sacrifice, none of the things that I've experienced will dissipate. Instead, they'll forever live on as memories inside your head. Will they not?
How could my memories of you ever compare to the actual you?
Well then, tell me, what exactly are we?
I don't know.
I don't know either. But regardless of what the answer is, regardless of how we're shaped by others, or even by this world, ever since we were born, the fact that we existed was predestined, and nothing could erase it. This is why I will always... We're twins, after all. All right, my dear Polixia. It's time to extract my heart and light the flame of death. After that, use it to plant the first bud in the prophesied new world.
If I imparted my knowledge of the art of alchemy to you, would you use it to resurrect?
Death is inevitable. In the days to come, I am certain that someone whom I cherish deep, if such a mighty power really existed, even now, my answer remains the same. This is why, sister, in the prophesied new world, I shall plant the first bud. Go now. Return to the ocean god's treasured pearl, our hometown. I shall open wide the entrance to the nether realm and grant you a second life. The living beings on this, remember, do not look back on the land of the dead, and do not stop moving. As for the price of our equivalent exchange.
Everybody, we've come to the end. Unfortunately, I am not compatible with the Supreme Being, so I was unable to completely fuse their soul into my own body. I'm certain of this now. Before the Titans that we are well acquainted with were born, a group of heroes roamed the land. These heroes followed a prophecy and took possession of divine authority, just like the flame-chase journey of today. Amphorius's history is cyclical in nature.
What a startling revelation. This means that the demigods, who bear the core flames...
I believe that this is the truth behind the Era Nova, as mentioned in the prophecy.
This is, besides, those twins in the past. Even if they really are...
Are their whereabouts truly unknown? Didn't Polixia mention that seaside town? In our world, there exists a city which perfectly matches that...
But the people there worship Fagusa and bear no relation to Thanatos. I have also never been to that place, as in the time of Idonia, it had long turned into...
Take this.
This is...
the new Sporist masterpiece, the Philosopher's Stone. It was made by transmuting all of the sages' wisdom into a single entity. With their flesh, remember? I've mentioned before that the art of alchemy is all about conversion, tempering, and ascension. This process also applies to the think about the story of the dragon. This stone will lead you to your real hometown, allowing you to reform the door to the nether realm and discover Thanatos.
You still look as confident in your victory as ever.
Simple. I shall merely admit to the entire world that my experiment, however, my line of thinking will not fail. because I have already planted the seeds of doubt. Actions speak louder than words, Castoris. With the assembly about to begin, don't forget the promise you...
I've already searched for so long. I'm willing to try one more time. But before I leave, I have another question.
That was the world imprinted in Kefali's soul. If we are to prove its existence, you must take the final step.
I understand.
Hey, child of humanity.
Don't get antsy. I still remember the quest. As a scholar, I do not wish to offer up ambiguous conclusions.
I merely wanted to ask, if so, rebirth is no longer an option for you.
Why not? When I was a child, I lost someone dear to me. When I was a teenager, I lost my faith. A while back, now I'm merely forsaking my body. What's the big deal?
Why are you always finding ways to die? Isn't it good to be alive?
This is but a necessary sacrifice on my path to transform.
Can someone who's dead even claim to be the purest of them all? Furthermore, if your hypothesis is proven...
No, it's just the opposite. It means that I can actually ascend to godhood and reshape this absurd world that you all have created.
That's... a lot.
Lady Aglaya, please. You know that the core flame of death has always been the greatest unknown regarding the Era Nova, which is why both you and Kynos desire to gain the power. Professor Anaxa has come to a consensus with Kynos. They want to suspend the trial once Thanatos' core flame is reclaimed, hoping thus to eradicate death from this. But I know this runs counter to your wishes. So long as we do not usher in Era Nova, the Black Tide will never be eradicated. Even with Lord Mighty on the front line, and the Black Tide not posing an immediate... Honestly, it's difficult for me to assess the pros and cons in this decision. But someone must bring... The Titan could be very near. I cannot let this chance slip by. Besides, someone has to make this trip to bring back Mr. Soul.
Well said. You already had every reason to seek an audience with Thanatos. It's that great performer who has weaponized your wishes. A world without death.
If fate dictates that my path must oppose yours, I will do all I can to resist it. Lord Mighty showed me that without taking the first step, all talk of what follows is moot.
I have always hoped to hear you speak your mind, Cass. And I am glad to have heard your true thought, Styxia. I visited that place in the past. Though it is now an island surrounded by the river of Souls Go. I will not stand in your way. As for you, you are someone who has cheated death. I believe you have more than enough reason to make the Castoris. I too look forward to your journey. I wonder what kinds of new and...
Thank you, Lady Aglaya.
I hate to put a damper on this heartwarming... If Styxia is now an island surrounded by the river of Souls torrents, then...
The answer is quite simple. In the myths, Zagreus once made the domain of the dead their treasure vault. That is to say, they could enter and leave the nether realm as they please. And if they could do that, then it follows that the demigod who inherited their divinity... I'll see you at Memorial Palace at Action Hour tomorrow. Cypher shall be your guide to finding that.
let you in? What a glorious defeat. You sure know how to look on the bright side. Well, moving on. I was hard at work even while you were at the... I borrowed a mountain of books from Cass to see if I could find a way to solve your problem. Let's see, only 32 books. Really? Oh, that's fantastic news. I knew it. Hard work always pays off. I feel like a huge burden has finally been lifted off. Why am I... You're right. Then I'll go back to... Cass? What a surprise.
Lady Treby.
Is something troubling you?
No matter how breathtakingly beautiful Styxia once was, the place is now that I don't want...
Has anyone told you that your eyes are sparkling today?
Is that a figure of speech?
In the past, when you did smile once in a while, all of us could see...
Lady Treby, you know perfectly well that see you tomorrow is nothing but a white lie. I hope your toughness is not a mask hiding a lonely heart.
Cass, you hardly ever talked of your past. None of us knows what you went through, apart from Maggie. But we know it must have been filled with pain and hard. We are just happy for you, that the core flame you're meant to inherit has fun.
Isn't it a little too soon to say?
But you already know where tomorrow is. There is no need to rely on anyone else. Just give it your all and leave no regret, because we embrace others to comfort them. And Cass, you're the kindest Christ of...
Thank you, Lady Treby. This feeling... It's hard to put into words.
And go do it, Kat. Trian was actually working on a surprise gift for you. It's a pity she didn't get to finish it. But so, let's meet back here when you return from Styxia.
It's me. I hope I didn't wake you. I'm glad to see you're as full of life as that. I'm here because of private matters. If it isn't too much to ask, I'd really... Is your soul... Huh? But I can still sense your soul. Sorry. I didn't realize it was a joke. It isn't a long way from here. Shall we?
I'd love to go in and take a look. Have you heard? It seems like all...
The streets are packed. It seems the vote to pause the flame chase journey has begun.
want to vote. Tell me how I can vote.
Take your ceramic shard engraved with the Kefali rune, select the Council of Elders in your heart, and pray silently until the shard registers your choice. Then toss it into the Dolium.
The Council of Elders? More like the Council of Buffoons? The Black Tide took my hometown long ago! Who are they kidding with bringing back Erechrysia?
The Titans are just. So long as we do not overstep our bounds again, we will not
Oh, please. The time when these deranged Titans...
And I pray that Talantans smack some sense into you with their scales. We shall see how this turns.
That was... I suppose peaceful is technically correct if no actual violence happened. To this day, I still find it almost unreal that Akama is the only place illuminated by light amidst the crumbling ruins of Amphorius. And its people are even... This peaceful sight is making me forget that this is the end times. Before coming here, I had lived for many years in Idonia, a city of rime and frost. The people there were devotees of traditions that I played a major role in. Yes. You now know me as the Mortician of Akama. But back in those days, I was trudging across the frosty plains on my own when the Idonians found me. They saw the curse in me as a blessing from Thanatos and believed that my hands could correct the Erechrysia's mistake. They provided me shelter. I was expected to grant merciful deaths to war captives, prisoners bound for execution, and heroes alike. Yes, no matter how kind or cruel the means, nothing can change the essence of death. Taking away someone's life is never worthy of religious worship. I can't do it. Their voices, they pierce my ears.
I know that feeling, child. But you must respect those walking towards death. Just like how you should respect yourself as the Holy Maiden granting you.
What you're asking me to do is no better than the task of an executioner. And yet you want me to, no matter the titles, I am still taking away human lives.
This won't be the first time that Edonia's fanatical nether warriors have faced death. On the contrary, recruits new to the battlefield often run away from their first death. Is the mightiest and gravest power in this world. The fact that you...
That's such a...
Then let me tell you, in Idonia, the great swords commonly used by executioners are called draconian. The sword has 3 air holes along its body. If the sword is swung down swiftly and accurately, the holes would make no sound, and the executed would also. But should the executioner have any hesitation, the holes would produce a piercing. Every executioner after Dracon is to hone their sword skills every day in preparation of future executions. Every swing of pain for the dying.
No. I can never get used to this.
You misunderstand, child. I'm asking you to consider the source of the dead's suffering. And you go walk with the dead and love them as you love life.
Please, don't kill me. I don't want to die.
This is your duty. Remember, consider...
Thank you. I beg you.
If you cannot learn to accept death, this is your last chance.
No, please. No!
May you gain some insights through his sacrifice. No. This is just the beginning of your life.
You executioner!
Grant her glory.
Thank you.
Do it then, executioner.
You heard him.
You to live in eternal pain.
Please, grant me release.
You know what to do.
When will this ever end?
Fulfill your...
What are you trying to...
I have aged. The final resting place of every...
You're not that old yet. You still have many years ahead of you. You're not that old yet. You still have many years ahead of you.
No. I'm already where I have come to fear. My declining health. Castoris. Will you give me...
I can't take this any...
Child.
I can't take this anymore.
It was I who brought you here. From the frosty plains and set your farcical fate in motion. It was also I, Chief Executioner. I've always known that you have doubts and even anger about my faith. Indeed. We essentially abducted you. Yet you can end any sinful life with just a touch of your fingers.
I'll never do that. It doesn't matter how lightly the Idonians take death, or how readily they accept it.
I've taught you.
What do you mean?
And cared for you as my own daughter all this time because of this blessing. In the eyes of an Idonian, death is the end of all life, a destination. You can only live your life to the fullest after and when you do, even if you eventually leave Idonia's protection.
No! How can I?
Come now. It show me that you are a fitting holy maiden. Come now. It's time. I've already taught you all that I know. Show me that you are a fitting holy maiden. Or at least that you possess the resolve to become one.
Emerge from your cocoon.
Dreams of a past, let us dance once more. All things in this world, human creations.
May death protect us!
As you wish. Share good fortunes. A quick divination. Existence is unity. Root here. Yin and yang. No holding back. Clouds scattered. I see through you.
This was the last time I followed her command. I gently touched the elderly woman before me. The executioner, who had seen too much death, died the same way as everyone else. A gasp for air, a wistful look in her eyes, and a barely perceptible tremor in her fingertips. Elder Amunet, the person who tried to teach me about death, ultimately vanished like dew in the morning mist. She spent her life embodying the beliefs of the Idonians, and when death finally came, I have nothing but respect for her. I erected a cenotaph in her honor in the marshes outside Idonia's city walls with the others I had laid to rest. Then, I set out once more in search of Thanatos. It was a long, long journey. I heard so many discussions about death along the way. Life finds meaning in death. The world improves because there is an end. It seems the most terrible darkness in this world. Everyone talks about its heavy weight. Some resist it, some worship it, and some even... How did a disappeared titan become the deepest fear of humankind? And why do they haunt my dreams? I continued my travels to seek an answer. Initially, I was running away. I just want to know if my touch, if my embrace, can do more than take... Can I make anything? Can I leave anything behind?
I don't want to die. Please, I fucking you just let me go. I don't want to die, please. I don't want mercy like this. Just let me go. I need it. I don't...
I hate these icy hands.
The Reaper has blessed your hands. Only you can grant them peace. Embrace death. Walk alongside it.
Is that you, Castorus? All of them have have gone, heeding death's summon, crossing into their domain. I must go too. I don't fear it, just I have some regrets. Watching people leave this world again and again, it must be lonely for you. You must want to desperately embrace them before they go. I can't. These hands, they're too cold. But Big Sister Castoris, your hands are so warm. Just like anyone else's. So go on. Don't hold back. Give me a warm hug. Like these really be warm? On the day that Ornyx's trial ended, you must have had many questions. I felt just as confused. Why, as someone from beyond the sky, were you so cruelly dragged into Amphorius's fate? I wished I could take action, but no matter how hard I try, I cannot simply interact with the living as ordinary people do, even when we brushed against each other unintentionally in the grove. When an almost unattainable hope finally welled up in my heart. When I thought that perhaps my touch would fate declared to me, it wasn't that the curse of death had finally been lifted, but that your soul no longer belonged to this world. And there was nothing left for my hands to take. Nothing. And did I really think this time would be any different? It's not that I don't understand this reality, just that I'm unwilling to accept it. Having walked such a long road, I am still unable to find the answer to life and death. I am resigned. Anything I wish to hold on to, death will inevitably wrest from that moment on. I lacked the courage to confirm it again. Until Ornyx laid bare the cruel But now, perhaps I might have. Long ago, Trinan read a prophecy to me. At the end of the Sea of Flowers, I found no surprise in it. for her words sounded not like embraces in this world are born of reunions. Yet, my touch speaks only of farewells. In that moment, I had no doubt that, and yet, things have taken a turn for the better. Now that I can finally have an audience with, I have no reason, for your sake, and for my own. With that, I won't have any regrets. Let's put that aside for the moment. We've arrived. I want to retrieve a small gift I specially prepared for you. I made it myself. The journey to seek an audience with the Death Titan cannot be an easy one. I want to make full use of every moment. Then, perhaps you can have a look at it first. You don't have to take it if you don't want. Look, it's right there. Huh? Where did it go? What's going on? Just some handcrafted trinkets. Well, things that shouldn't catch the eye of thieves anyways. What's this? The coin of Zagreus and a So it's her. It's Lady Cypher, the demigod of Zagreus whom Lady Aglaia had spoken of. She's a master thief who's left legendary tales all over Amphorius. So many years have passed, yet she's still announcing herself in such a crass manner. Let's just do as the slate says and look for Lady Cypher. Look, it's right there. We must pursue her.
There seems to be a new show at the back.
Huh? This is a trick she left for us. She's incorrigible. Follow me. This is how it should be. We must pursue her. Lady Cypher, please come on out.
You're still careless as ever. Shouldn't you keep such a precious gift near your bosom?
Since you know it's a gift for someone else, please give it back to me. Stop hiding among the people and letting the wind carry your voice.
Now, since I know it's a gift, that just means I need to milk its worth. The children of the wind never stay for long in one place. Unless you're off.
Name your price. I'll give. I'm sorry. Bargaining is really not my forte. Name your price. I'll give you however much you want.
No wonder they call you Princess Homebody. Why don't you two come over to my place? It'll make a better venue for proper business discussions.
Piece of cake. I can do that even if I can only sense your...
All right, I'll see you there. Everyone cool with me collecting a deposit before we reach an agreement, right?
She's incorrigible. Follow me. Here we are.
Over here! Over here! No, not that way! This way! Come on. If I really wanted to hide, you'd never find me. So relax, you two. No need to get your hackles up. I'm not that scary, am I? Meow. No way. Some people might have been into that a millennium ago, but it's long since gone out of style. Loosen up, buddy. Shall we get down to business?
Give me the jewelry piece first, or everything's off the table.
Oh, come now. Don't be so upset. Look, isn't the view here just great? You can see what everyone is doing and where. Now that we've broken the ice, let's get to the point. Everything I've said so far has been a joke. I'm inviting you two here for 3 things. 1, the seamstress found me and wants me to take you to Styxia to look for the Death Titan. 2, the Council of Elders also found me and wants me to make sure the core flame of Thanatos ends up in their hands. And last but not least, I'm telling you that I'm not interested in doing either of those things. Don't go look for the Death Titan. The end. Wow, this is some high-quality stuff. this room is full of it. How much are these worth, Did you get all this through that Aranova gimmick?
Some of it is family fortune, while the rest came from my business as a dressmaster. Don't liken the flame chase work to your shady dealings.
Well, I should have busted down your door instead of going around like a thief. Well, spill. Why are you giving me so much money?
Payment for doing work.
Did you forget my stance to all this? I thought
You wish to run away. Run away from your responsibilities, from the prophecy, and from your destiny. You shall walk with greed and die over petty change. I understand this prophecy weighs on you immensely. That is why I have never reproached the demigod of trickery for running away. But I need you right now. So...
You know, maybe the gods got your tongue with their golden threads, Aglaya. I'm not hearing any sincerity in your words. Give me a reason why you're bowing your noble head to me.
We lost Trian.
Oh.
The divine power of passages is running out. I need another demigod to escort Castoris and help her fulfill her lifelong wish.
Oh, I get it now. You're sending Castoris to her death. And you want me to die with her.
This is Castoris' own request. I have never seen her so determined.
She brought this up herself?
She's also made up her mind to leave her confused pop, as will you, Cypher. When you finally...
Don't be so sure. Time is hard in the likes of you and I. But Castoris remains pure as driven snow. She can always turn back before the end, you know? Maybe she'll remember Trian's sacrifice. Maybe she'll remember the countless martyred Chrysos heirs. Maybe she'll remember you, with your one foot in the grave. Tell you what. Why don't I take this room of treasures as a security deposit, and we make a bet?
Go on.
I bet she'll change her mind and turn back. Now, if I lose, I'll do what you want me to do. Return this.
You sound like you have all the confidence. In that case, let's make a pact with those conditions. I hope you're prepared to lose it all.
In conclusion, I want to win. So I hope you two can give up on going to Styxia. I'll give all the treasures in that room to you. What do you think? Tempting, right?
I decline. If we don't find the Death Titan, his soul will... I decline. If we don't find the Death Titan, his soul will... I can't go into the details, but we...
I really don't get how. Princess, homebuddy, you keep talking about needing to find Thanatos, but did you ever live for your own...
What are you trying...
I'm saying, contrary to your beliefs, Aglaya didn't take you in.
The flame chase journey walks hand in hand with sacrifices. Isn't that...
Fine. Never mind. We all have our own problems. I ain't gonna say anything anymore. But listen to me. Styxia is no tourist destination. Sure, the treasures get... I've never been there. And I never plan to. Because even a demigod can't be sure they can walk out of that place. And now I'm supposed to escort you to Styxia. Sure. You know, you're not wrong. At least it's part of my responsibilities.
I don't like this. I have lived a longer life than most people. Though I'm not as good at doing business, I can give them all to you.
Then how are you going to live the rest of your life?
Then I'll give you 90. No, 80%.
Well, don't mind if I do. 80% of Castrus's savings, and above... I'm so scared! Here! Catch!
Be careful with that!
A minor change in plans, though. Don't go to the bath tomorrow. Come look for me.
So, why are you changing the meeting?
Oh, nothing, really. Just a bit scared of the seamstress's frosty face. Well, now that we've struck a deal, why don't I give you guys a lift back? It's gonna be a long ride. So have a good rest.
Emerge from your cocoon!
Sunny. Just the weather for farewells.
You're here?
Totally. The trio team is the best setup. No need, I already told her. She's fine with it. You sure know how to put me in a spot, Castorus. I need to travel with you, but I can't touch you. What a bother.
Sorry.
Oh, I was just teasing. Don't take it to heart. Did you know that the legends say you have to put an obol into the mouth of the dead or over their eyes if you want them to successfully cross the River of Souls and enter the Nether Realm? That's the fairy fare for entering the Nether Realm. However, I honestly won't ask you to pay this time. Oh.
worry. It's not a lot.
All right, pass me the coin. It's time to get the gods' powers going. Oh, one last thing before we go. I gotta give you this piece of advice. You can't catch the wind by waiting. You only live once. So make the most of every moment you have. Get ready. Be steady. Hi, your turn. Don't be nervous. After all, it'll be gone in the blink of an eye. All done. Bye.
Are you feeling all right? She's the demigod of trickery. When she flips the coin of whimsy into the air, she gains incredible speed that lets her travel, just like how she clearly had no intention of lingering here for even a second longer. We can only depend on ourselves for the rest of the way.
Don't worry. Mem's here to help. Being cute isn't my only forte. I'm strong, too.
This is Styxia, the city of dragons and waves. This is the land of their birth. Or perhaps of their death. Anaxa had used a secret alchemical art to temporarily fuse his soul with Circe's and Kephae. And when he was on the verge of death, he was pulled by Thanatos. This alchemy, considered a sacrilegious act, might actually make the souls of mortals and titans attracted, even though Thanatos has been missing for 1,000 years, and even their followers haven't been able to find them.
Oh, so are we going to use that philosophy?
I guess that's the only way. The only leads we have now...
Thanatos is even more mysterious than I am.
Indeed. Even one as erudite as Anaxa could only point us to this place, and no further. We will be entering the unknown as soon as we take our first step. I believe that rather than standing still, taking action is by far the better option.
Go back whence you came. Go back. Ahead lies the realm of the dead. What a beautiful butterfly. Is it talking to us?
This is a eulogistic butterfly. They are found in places where many have met their demise. In Idonia, some think of them as manifestations of Thanatos' benevolence. By turning the lingering obsessions of the deceased into these creatures, it is as if the Titan others think of them as Thanatos' messengers that got...
The second theory sounds more believable. After all, the things they're saying are rather, direct.
Perhaps. But the fact that we're able to hear their whispers proves... These shadowy figures... Are they illusions reflected by the River of Souls?
Mommy told us to go ahead first. 1, 2, 3. I don't even know. Perhaps Mommy will be back. Once you finish counting the days on 1, 2, 3. It's
strange. For reflections in the River of Souls, they seem oddly animated.
Master, did that lady really lie to us? The Centurion personally instructed us to inlay the inscription into his shield. But now she's taken it away.
My child, that shield can never be... Come, child. What is... I'll wait with you for her to come back.
Don't be afraid, pal. Let's open our eyes wide, together.
Do you want to buy any fish?
Huh? He can see us?
Wait. More living people. I'm not selling my fish to living people. You lot are too shameless. Buying fish without paying.
Could it be that...
So...
But there aren't any fish.
Other fish. I can only keep selling fish. So...
Apologies. I don't have much in the way of savings. Please relax. May you fall asleep peacefully.
This...
I knew it. These people aren't illusions. They're the souls of the deceased. They're supposed to reach the end of the west wind by floating down the River of Souls. Did Thanatos reject them? Or perhaps they didn't really die at all?
Identifying as a dead person now? Don't give up on yourself.
I have no idea. This circumstance is completely unprecedented. Hang on. Didn't he say more living people? Could it be that these souls are stuck here due to someone's deceit?
If something is done out of goodwill...
Goodwill? I can't see anything good out of... Wait a minute. Lady Cypher?
That's me. I still belong to the land of the living as of now. Thank you very much.
Could it be that you...
I couldn't take their behavior anymore. So I stole some things here and made up some lies there. Just trying to give them something to look forward to.
It's because of vile living creatures like you that we're being misunderstood.
What else am I supposed to do? You can see the mess this place is in. These poor souls are denied by the Netherrealm. So now they're stuck in a few brief moments of their life. Did you see those 2 blacksmiths on the way? They've been here for as long as the sun's been around, wailing over and over about casting a shield. Styxia is so freaky.
Then why have you come back, Lady?
Hey, I'm not here to aid your adventure. I hate water more than anything else in this world. Especially that stinky River of Souls. But, I just discovered some stuff before I left. And it's about that boy who defied death. I found traces of him here.
Lord Mighty?
Oh, right! That's his name. Well, now you know. As for whether that info is actually used, So long, Princess Homebody. So long, Grey Mystery.
Huh? She disappeared.
Lady Cypher has always been a free spirit. In any case, she has brought us some value. If Lord Mighty is also somewhere along the river shoals right now, then he will certainly become our signpost. After all, he's different from those wandering souls. He will find...
Don't worry. It's time for me to show. Ornyx's rune of recollection is nearby. Use prayers to return the river to... Hey! Over here!
Ornyx's miracle has appeared.
Amazing! It's like we're inside a giant bubble. Even the river got parted. Huh. So this path actually didn't exist back then?
There are wandering souls of the deceased here as well. We must first return to the present before we can communicate with them.
By the looks of it, you must be the foreign warriors that the Queen had mentioned. Since the current campaign requires the utmost care, I wasn't able to make time to welcome all of you. Please.
Foreign warrior?
A priestess, a warrior, and a divine beast. You look identical to the blessed saviors.
What?
A campaign? Who are you?
Nobody knows. As of now, of the scouts that went ahead, only one has managed to return. He says that the land ahead is a forbidden land that should not be approached, as it is the door. As for the rest of the scouts, they've completely lost their souls. While there is still dissension within the city, the scholars agree that this calamity was so unprecedented that...
An unprecedented calamity?
It seems that you have indeed heard about this. Well, death is just...
A world that has never seen death. Looks like these people lived in the era Chrysia before the Calamity Titans descended upon the land. May I ask, where is the scout who managed to come back?
So he returned to Styxia. He only had enough left in him to last no more than half a day. He said that he witnessed the demonic specter of an evil dragon at that treacherous land. The apparition opened its giant maw and devoured everything in sight.
Styxia.
It all sounds rather familiar.
Sir, could I ask how the Queen and Princess are doing?
The Queen?
It's the same one. Lines. Looks like he's still trapped in the...
Leave it to me. Sir, the war ended long ago.
Styxia. This cannot stand.
Oh, looks like it...
Sir, I am the Maiden of War, sent here by the Queen herself.
Maiden of War?
Don't worry. I'm typically unwilling to prolong such a moment.
Is it over? Have we won?
Cass.
I'm fine. I just didn't expect that I would still have to embalm others, even in the realm of the dead. Is this a remnant of his soul?
Well then, why should I place my trust in you? holy maiden from afar.
Wait, I don't quite understand what...
Since the prophecy has already pronounced your name as Chrysos, heir of death, Akima ought to treat you as an esteemed guest. However, you seem to have no intentions of concealing your involvement with the Council of Elders.
Well, I cannot deny your claim. It was the Council that offered this room to me, and they had only one request. I was agreeable.
But why?
I am unable to rid myself of this innate curse.
I see. So that is how they plan to control the Flame Chase. They have shifted the heavy responsibility of granting death over to me. If I ever become obsessed with executing people, they will then have ample reason to terminate the crisis.
And yet, you seem to not mind. This is quite surprising to me.
That's because the fate that we were born with is a burden far heavier than that of an individual. I've woven many unforeseen events into the tapestry of fate. This is but one instance. Tidy up your precious garments and come with me. Akima welcomes you, Castoris.
I didn't think we'd find vestiges of memory here. Maybe they've got something...
Perhaps. But I do not need a reminder from them. This memory is one that I will never forget. Indeed. While my relationship with the Council has always been quite ambiguous, Lady Aglaya has never taken any... I really want to repay her for that trust. But why would this memory appear right now?
Could these dead monsters actually be...
If Lady Cypher is to be believed, this could be the handiwork of Lord Mighty. He's still fighting against the Black Tide, even in the Netherrealm.
Why are the Black Tide monsters here too?
Even Thanatos wouldn't be able to accept Black Tide monsters into their realm. These traces seem to suggest that anybody who trespasses upon death... Since the realm of the dead must remain peaceful, it's imperative that we rid the place of... Please stay back. Let me deal with these enemies.
No holding back. Unite our goals. Dreams of a past life, let us dance once more.
Please cherish this time. We'll tear.
It came together.
Eternal.
Clouds scattered.
Life is not so fragile.
As you wish. Yin and yang. It came together. Together as one. Human creations. Grace and elegance. Have we met? Dream vanished.
Please cherish this time. We'll tear. May wandering... The path ahead is blocked by the River of Souls again.
In that case, let's go back to the past. This miracle sure is handy.
This is yet another aspect of a Titan's divine power.
If Dan Heng was around, he'd definitely be able to raise the waters of the River of Souls into the sky.
If Lady Hycelens was still alive, I think she might be able to do that too.
We can't get through here. Let us return to the present.
You seem to be able to discern both the past and the future.
Why is it... Indeed, my downtrodden fellow, your sorrow and joy, or I will at least derive some comfort. If all the tears that I had shed were to...
It's...
Oh, this place must have been a beautiful courtyard in the past.
Please excuse me. I am but a scholar from a distant land who had the misfortune of falling into the River of Souls and turned in...
This one seems...
Oh, I was merely speculating. But it seems I was right, and you...
I'm sorry. I cannot bring you back to life.
I'm well aware of that. And that's because I didn't fall into the River of Souls by accident. Instead, I leaped into it to seek my death.
Why?
If you could see the life I've led, then you would not reproach me so. My life was far too miserable, but I did not expect things to stay the same even in death. What a joke! In escaping my mortal life, Circe's above. What cowards humans are, for we fear both life and death simultaneously.
I'm sorry. I'm also powerless to answer.
That's all right, Holy Maiden. At least you are able to respond to me, Circe's above. Does this count as thinking till the moment I die?
I have seen too many farewells. Her distress is quite commonplace. For some people, this power but I never managed to convince myself of that.
Cass, are you still trying?
Yes, because when placed under time's vast scales, there is no worry in this world. This is a wish that I've held for almost a millennium. My mind might, but I've never been more firm in my conviction. Now that I've learned about your near-death state, it is...
Do we need to enter that doorway to climb even higher? There seems to be a person. Oh.
But how should we get up there? The path is blocked yet again.
Oryx's 8 always appears in times like this. How convenient. Look, platform lift over there. A chest of the past has been left behind, but none of its treasures remain inside. Wait, what if the miracle suddenly loses its effect?
Mem, do you really want me to answer that?
Stay back! Don't come near me!
Huh? Why does he look so panicked? Or is he actually scared of his own extraordinary power?
There's no need to be alarmed. We're just passing by the area. See?
You have a point. While this might once have been the royal vault, it's since been plundered empty. So please go.
You've misunderstood us. We simply heard your shouts as we were passing by. Then...
My goodness. Did I really yell out loud? I'm sorry to have bothered you. I merely saw a warrior.
A warrior?
Wait a minute. You seem to be quite different from him. Are you actually alive?
It's a long story.
Thanatos?
Is it possible that he's also living in the era before death descended?
Death. Could it be that you are here to defeat the evil dragon Pollux?
Pollux? Is that the embodiment of...
According to the warriors under the Centurion's command, that evil dragon has been dead for quite a while. The curse that condemns people to death didn't originate from it, but they saw a girl within the dragon's embrace, and she is the...
Pray tell, where is that girl right now?
I've heard that the Queen spared no effort in bringing her back to the castle. Her Majesty intends to control all of Amphorius with this unprecedented. As for whether this rumor is true...
You have my thanks. Please, treat this touch as a...
You... Thank you.
This is his...
Then you granted him death? That isn't like you. You would have...
I did it out of sympathy, believing that I wouldn't be racked with agony, but...
Sympathy? Sympathy for that youth who triumphed in every battle?
That young man was favored by Talantin, who taught him a move that will defeat any mortal enemy with a single blow and emerge victorious. He could rely on that move to always achieve victory during Era Chrysia. However, now that death has descended upon the mortal realm, that divine sword...
You feel that he's similar?
Yes. Since he can never be inferior to others in martial combat, that's why he approached me and pleaded for me to put an end to all of this.
You are perhaps feeling lost from making your peace with...
I've seen the people of Idonia stand tall and proud in the face of death. Even before the fate, they had such proud expressions. Expressions that made me believe death would be an insult to these mortal. Perhaps death's authority was never meant to exist in this world.
I won't refute your beliefs for now. But would you be interested? It's a fairy tale from foreign lands, told by the person who brought you to me in that a tale told.
What? But that means the girl born in the dragon's embrace. The personification of death these souls talked about. That's you, Cass?
I've already had an inkling for a while now. But my memories only begin after Aminette brought me to...
Don't look back. Keep moving forward. Always.
It's yet another eulogistic butterfly. Are we getting closer to the nether realm?
Shut up. Just even if that girl is evil, there's no reason for you to absolve that monster. It was the both of them, who trapped us in this crap.
Don't be...
I want to make something with it.
This is...
Living ones?
Oh, could you be the scions of Styxia? Did you hear about the great work that I'm doing here? And have thus arrived to give me the last material that...
Great work?
Have you heard of the great name of Paul? You have, during the age of myth, a time likely before your birth. I was the unsurpassed zenith of alchemy that none could reach. On the shoals of the River of Souls, I shall make
But didn't that dragon already bring death?
Oh, looks like you... Well, it's true that the missing girl can grant death to mortals. Pollux, the one who delivered her onto this world.
So... This is my guess. The deceased are supposed to drift down the River of Souls until they reach the end of the West Winds.
That's right. That's why it's imperative that I bring the dragon back to the mortal realm and make it soar the skies again. I have longed. That final ingredient, the final sacrifice, is none other than the girl who...
What's going on?
I know that I am no longer capable of carrying out that task.
This...
We had been inebriated in Fagusa's feast too long before we began to seek divine bestowed death, so that we could be free instead of summoning a supreme god. We encountered a monster that cut off the River of Souls, unable to rest in peace. These departed spirits engulfed Styxia like a roaring... That child is the only person whom I managed to save. Born within the evil dragon's abdomen, she has possessed the talent of... Please, you must nurture her to adulthood.
I promise that I will care for her as a mother, that I will protect her from the...
By Fagusa above, as her mother, Please bless this child with a name before I am swept away by the river.
Oh, like how a transient raven butterfly, Castorus.
That's where my...
The sound's back. What is making that?
Living ones, don't waste your time bickering. The Netherrealm's wrath is falling up.
Black Tide creation, mister.
Be careful not to suffer the same fate as those Black Tide.
Everyone, hide behind me. All will be swept away by the wind.
Share good fortunes. Dreams of a past life are... Let us dance once more.
Root here.
It came together.
There's more to existence is unity. Have we met? Clouds scattered.
Life is not so fragile. As you wish.
Yin and yang. It came together.
Dream vanished.
A quick divinate. There's so many of them. How are we holding up?
We're holding back. Unite our goals. Dreams of a past life. Let us dance once more.
Together as one. Human creations.
Every petal, all will be swept away by the wind. Root here. Embrace a new life.
No matter. Enjoying your yin and yang.
Have we met? Clouds scattered.
Came together, converge and awaken.
Some value, I suppose. Eternal.
Please return to dust.
Here. Our souls.
Protect us.
For the feast of strife. On their triumphant return.
Lord Mighty, you've been through some...
That black tide. I will find my path of return.
Lord Mighty, I have always...
I'm the one resisting it. I'll go against the current. That is...
It seems like he's completely focused on resisting the temptation of the dead's whisper. It seems his battlefield is not Lord Mighty, are you willing to try? We're headed for the Matrix inside that tower. To summon
Challenge.
That's right. If we can work together and defeat them...
Let the person who has brushed against death countless times.
Cass, are you sure you want to do this?
I'm not afraid. Rather than standing still, taking action is by far the better option. Puzzles like this in books. is going to be difficult. Please calm down. If you were to fall into the icy cold river of souls, I'm afraid that you really would die here.
If I was more powerful, I would be able to carry one person with each limb. The Rune of Recollection is here, but I can't find a mirror. Oh, could it be in that collapsed tower? That sounds so weird. Forget it. Just shout for me when you need my help! Got it! Just leave it to me!
Mem did it!
The pink squirrel is...
The miracle's range is limited. Please come a little closer.
Aren't I a good fit for Ornyx's priest?
Of course. You're the most competent priest ever. The alchemical matrix should be behind this door. Is that...
Wow, there are so many of you! It's little Cass and little Grape. Oh, the Trian. Get what?
This is the first time I've encountered a deceased friend.
It really worked just like the other departed spirits we've encountered along the way. I'm also unable to sense the...
Yup, you're right. Trian already knows that she'll not be able to return to everyone's side. But Trian believed that little Cass would eventually return to the Netherrealm. So, Trian has been standing here, at this spot closest to the world of the living.
Oh, it must have been very tough for you.
But according to what Trian said, we're almost at the end. Trian promised Trevi and Trinan that when little Cass got here, Trian would get the gift ready and be the So, little Cass, don't cry. Please, accept this. We finally finished it.
This is what Lady Trevi once mentioned. The gift for me that you didn't manage to finish.
The Holy Maiden of Janus. Even when separated by life and death, their thoughts...
Trian spent a lot of time drawing this. Trian hopes that little
It's seriously a wonderful drawing. Lady Trian.
This is our flame chase journey.
Little Cass, we don't know what your journey was like before. Trevi has always said that but little Cass no longer has anything to fear now. Because everyone is here with you in this
Only now, when I see Lady Trian's gift, do I realize that I've already obtained so many things I would never have dared to dream of since I embarked on the flame chase journey. It's the first time I've gained so many companions. The first time I picked up the hobbies of crafting and photography. The first time I had dinner with someone else. The first time I went to the market to buy the Chimera doll I'd liked for a very long time and hugged it to sleep. The first time I wore a dress personally made by Lady Aglaya. The first time I went for a walk with Lady Trevi, Lady Trian, and Lady Trinan. Looking back at all these experiences I never thought were possible, it feels as though the scales of my life had shrunk from centuries and decades down to minutes and seconds. And all of them are so precious. I took countless photos in the past, but they're all black and white landscapes. I don't have a... If I had known, I would have taken...
Trianne says yes! Trianne likes little Cass and would love to...
Sadly, being departed souls, our images cannot be captured in the...
What? Are we seriously going to leave any room for regret?
There won't be. This vivid drawing surpasses any photograph from the world of the living.
Little Cass smiled. Treevee, Trinan, and Trianne's wishes finally come true.
I remember you once said that fate is not the flowers that bloom at the end of the road, but where people tread beyond the gate. Thank you for bringing me the fight.
Gee, little Cass, why are you talking in riddles all of a sudden?
I have a feeling that soon, this gift of yours will become the key to saving Mister's life.
Wow, that's amazing! Then keep smiling and carry on bravely! Little Cass, little Gray, everyone, see you tomorrow!
Lady Trianne.
The aura of this place. We have indeed reached the end of the stream of souls. If I go any further, I might lose myself. I must leave now, for the black tide still wreaks havoc. I have broken free from the chains of death countless times. This time will be no different. Castorus, will you fulfill your duty for the flame chase?
I have yet to make my decision, Lord Mighty.
No matter. Make the choice your heart desires. I will continue to fight till I die, then rise from death till the miracle descends.
There is one more thing you should know.
What is it?
Professor Anaxa may have deduced the principles behind the Era Nova. You and I may be reincarnated as strife and death in the next cycle, becoming calamity.
I see.
Is that all? Are you going to accept such a fate without complaints?
Do you have a strategy to shatter the shackles of our fate?
I haven't found it yet. Perhaps I never will.
Then, cease wasting your thoughts on futile matters. Control what little you can. And when fate's inescapable grasp comes, resist it with the strength of your mighty will.
Thank you, Lord Mighty. I will find the right decision.
life. May you meet a fitting end.
This must be the alchemical matrix the spirit mentioned. Let's see. We need to insert Aquila's sky, Georios' earth, Kephali's fire, and Nestia's love. This must be the alchemical matrix the spirit mentioned. Let's see. We need to insert Aquila's sky.
It seems our sweet Princess Homebody has made up her mind. In that case, seamstress, I suppose I no longer need to deliver your message. My time is rather precious.
Whether you wish to break free from death or not, please follow your heart. By the promise you once made, I ask that you fulfill your duty one final. Castorus, please live as a human and die as one.
According to that alchemist, the final piece is supposed to be me. However, he is not privy to the past.
The past?
I saw the twins of death in Kephali's memory, and now I am certain that the trial of the Hand of Shadow demanded taking the life of your family. I died during that trial, falling before the gate to the new world. She was consumed with regret over my death, so she used the Titan's authority to reforge my soul. Yet, that's because the Titan she became already fell at the start of everything. They died.
You mean...
That's right. The River of Souls is no material river. It cannot be blocked by ordinary means. Only a divine corpse can prevent the dead from reaching them. And that's why we have to awaken Pollux. We have to reforge its body with the power of alchemy.
But Cass, if that alchemist speaks the truth, does that mean you're also part of the dragon?
According to those departed spirits. But before we talk about that, no, not from me. The sounds that come from the memories when we were collecting.
I heard them too.
I think it's probably the sign of Pollux. They must have realized how heavy a price they'd need to pay when they used their divine authority to resurrect a dead woman. That's why they exerted every ounce of their strength to send. They never saw their wish fulfilled and fell so prematurely, all because they wanted to give me a new life. That wish is the reason Pollux's soul still lingers in the mortal realm, even after their fall. Quietly watching and
So instead of picking up objects,
we were instead showing things to a strand of yearning that lingers here. Now, we must weave these yearnings together and restore them into Pollux's
But all of this is just a hypothesis, right? What if we go through...
That's fine. As Professor Anaxa often reminds us, such is the nature of alchemy. The true outcome now, the puzzle of Pollux's yearnings is nearly complete. I shall reveal what they have been yearning to know in the alchemical matrix. I will show them my whole life since I left. Lady Trianne has already drawn a picture of my entire life. Then, let the ritual begin. And now, the objective is complete. Such is what Professor Anaxa always says after preparing for an alchemy. Pollux, I shall lift you from the river of souls and reforge your sut. If even the slightest trace of your soul remains, the soul that once ferried me to this side of the shore, then please, Lady Almanette.
Did she recognize you? Oh, she must be the first soul we can communicate with here, right?
I'm afraid she is just another spirit trapped here, like the rest of them. The only difference... Please, go on. I'm listening. Are you about to...
Yes. You're just as smart as I imagined, but...
There's no need to worry, Elder. Take a look...
The world?
I understand that you chose to remain silent about the story to protect Castorus, the girl who coexists, but you no longer need to hide that story. I can assure you that you have protected that girl's life well.
Oh, well... In that case, Styxia, the pearl of the ocean, plagued by unwarranted calamity and ravaged by death in the fairy tale. From where you stand now.
Indeed. I cannot imagine that those from the era Chrysia, blessed with a...
I have pondered.
Journeys and epics are only glorious and magnificent because all things eventually fade to dust. But I still can't take that as the final answer. What a world without...
I take it the one who however, did find some...
Please enlighten me, Lady Almanette. Though I have already made up my mind on how your words might truly guide me toward the path...
You and I are neither warriors nor generals. But what if I reframe it like this? What if love is not a trait bestowed upon mortals by Nestia?
Love?
No one ever invented the word cherish in the era when life was eternal. For all the good things in the world can be revisited, the so-called era Chrysia was an age devoid of both virtue and sin. People did not truly live. They simply... Perhaps the people of Styxia chose to embrace death, not out of fascination, but instead became fixated and obsessed with the...
Therefore, death is not a thing of fear.
That's right, Castorus. It is the reason if you truly intend to deprive the world of death, then be prepared to witness it return.
I understand, Lady Our limited lifespan shapes all that we know and love. Not even the Death Titan has the right to take that. Nestia's love was the chrysalis of gold's first blessing. But it most likely wasn't understood by mankind. If the world was bereft of death, then the Queen of Styxia wouldn't have played a midwife in delivering me into this world. You wouldn't have welcomed me in, and I would never have lived. Thank you, Mother. I will use all the love I've experienced in this long life. My teacher, Anaxagoras, grant me the wisdom of all things. I call upon thee, the stripped dead dragon's corpse. Rises from the earth, falls from the sky. As above, so below. This is the greatest power of all powers. Unstoppable in this world. The great work that commands all death. I shall grant you embrace. once saved my life truly gone? Or will you show yourself again once we eradicate this hatred and regret?
Well, shall we unite our goals?
As you wish.
Together as one. Human creations.
And I know you're anxious. Shh. Don't be afraid.
Some value, I suppose. Eternal.
There's no more need to weep in grief. I will grant you peace. Yes, it's me. I'm back. Be careful. They may be moving by instinct, but there is fury welling up within them.
There's more to
Every petal, all will be swept away by the wind. May death protect us!
Please. Don't turn back to the nether realm.
Oh, death. Sleep in peace. I'm sorry I have to wake you up from ancient, and I know you're anxious. Shh. Don't be afraid. Do you remember me? I'm the girl you once carried across the Sea of Souls. I'm sorry I wasn't able to remember you, but with the help of many people, I was finally able to pick up these broken fragments of my past. I'm back, Pollux. I know this might not be what you wanted. But I have to do this. So please, carry me across the Sea of Souls again and return me to the Netherrealm, just like you did in the past. Please take me to where the core flame of death rests. I'll be going now. They may look scary, but as long
What's wrong?
Are you...
What's wrong with him?
His time is almost up. If I don't go now, I'm afraid his soul will return.
What? Oh no! Is there anything we can do?
Don't worry. I promised I would ask Thanatos for the Trailblazers' right to roam the earth. Mem, stay here and keep a close watch until I return.
sure not to leave yourself with any... That's not funny!
It's a deal then. Please. Wait for me.
After all that, you still ended up back here.
So the legends were true. The Netherrealm really is a sea of flowers.
Yes. Yes. Just like the flower fields we tended to back then.
Is that you, Plixia?
Do you remember me?
I don't have the memories from that time, but I've seen you before during an experiment.
I see. Call me Thanatos, then. It'll be easier. However, since you recognize the name, you must...
Yes. I'm here to reforge the order of life.
You know, my sister was a sympathetic, but rather sensitive person. Whenever she didn't want to say what was on her mind, she would avoid eye contact and look just like what you are doing now.
Can you tell me about the last Era Nova? What did you do, Plixia?
Where should I begin? I suppose we can start from the beginning. A long, long time ago, there were a pair of like-minded twins, as foretold in the prophecy. But fate was cruel. The price of attaining divinity was to take the life of a family member.
That trial was indeed recorded in that memory.
Then you should already know that my sister voluntarily gave up her own life, so that I could ascend as the demigod, but I couldn't accept that. Why did we have to kill each other for a future she'd never see herself? That's not fair. So, while weaving the laws of the new world, I shattered the forbidden bottom line for life and death. I reshaped my sister's soul and took the form of the great dragon Pollux to carry her up the River of Souls and back into the... But our fates were already decided and manifested in unexpected ways in response to my futile action. Aging is an unbreakable law of nature laid upon humankind, created at the same time as death. When the living die, their souls will meet Thanatos. If the Reaper raises their left hand, the soul is granted death and allowed to enter the Netherrealm to await reincarnation. If they raise their right hand, the soul is rejected by the Nether.
That's why the Hand of Shadow can only lay down judgment and not embrace another being.
Yes. Death was originally a pair of hands, but they were split in twain when we reached the mortal realm, never to touch each other. The half of Thanatos that represents life, the undying human who grants death, that was the curse.
Then, what about you?
As the half of Thanatos representing death, I shoulder the fate of defying death. From then on, my Titan also no longer existed in this world. The cycle of life and death stopped. Souls were denied their audience. What irony. My selfish desire to save your life gave you and the world. Then, what was left of my reason was left behind in the Netherrealm, where I've been taking care of these flowers day after day, until there is now a sea of them, all while mulling over the subject of life, death, parting, and enduring an endless loneliness.
Fate is absurd indeed. Our lives were a mirrored image of one another, like a pair of hands. Even we walked different paths, yet experienced.
I had hoped that maybe you would at least have a good life in this cycle. I'm sorry.
I lived my life well. It didn't go to waste.
Even though I forced the authority of granting death to humanity upon you.
Too many responsibilities were forced upon me in the course of this long journey. I was once lost, but I realized recently that if it weren't for your blessing, I wouldn't have understood the source of these emotions, nor would I have realized my purpose. I wouldn't have made it here to reunite with my missing half. And we wouldn't be discussing our past while sharing the same view of this. I wouldn't have understood the meaning of our existence.
The meaning of our existence.
This sea of flowers blooms on dead land, because we sowed it with the seeds of our separation and watered it with our tears of loneliness. Yes, the only thing death is allowed to create are flowers that bloom. That's why Thanatos cannot create living beings at will. Nor can the hand of shadow determine a person's remaining days, because the life and death of mortals should never be dictated by another's will.
Are you saying there's no point?
No. No single being can bear the scales of life and death on their own. Life and death weigh equally heavy. We both know that now, don't we?
You, too, must have had a difficult life. We've taken quite the ridiculous journey together. I had a feeling, even back then, that we would meet again one day. Not to embrace one another after a long separation, but to come in search of retribution. Tell me the answer that's already been written. And let us draw this. It's been far too long. I've waited here for centuries, watching day after day. I always hoped I would see you among them. But I was also afraid of seeing you. I didn't know how I could possibly face that. More than anything, I was afraid that you might have forgotten.
I know. But don't you see, Polixia? I made it back anyway. You don't have to shoulder death's authority on your own anymore. It was always meant to be held into. So, let's give our core flame to him and have him take it back to the mortal realm. Our responsibility as Thanatos was never about picking out favorite souls. We were only meant to watch over life. Let's tend the field together and create a warm sea of flowers for all the souls to come. What do you think, Polixia?
Yes, just one last step. You shall wither, and through that, the dead will sprout again, as foretold by the prophecy. Thanatos' authority is only destined for only one person to wield. As our fated moment has arrived once.
Just like before.
Yes, but unlike that time, the ones undergoing the trial this time...
You've made up your mind?
Yes, as dictated by fate. But I won't be afraid. Complete your trial in this life. Grant me the embrace of death, and light the spark of... You've been tempered by life and death. I know you'll be able to give this wasteland its first breath of life. Like a raven butterfly, flying swiftly into the nether realm, perching on the twin.
I will. After this, I will remain permanently in the nether realm. The cycle of life and death will flow once again. The sea of flowers you sowed shall bear countless joyous or sorrowful souls, and bloom evermore.
Just one last thing.
Of course.
Please, don't forget me.
I promise you, when we meet in the next world, even if I have endured another reincarnation, even if we do not know each other's names, I will still hold you tightly in my arms.
Casterus. Casterus, you're as beautiful as...
I will bring rest to death. And from now on, stagnant life will once again flow.
Time flies. In the blink of an eye, the 15th entry hour is already at hand. When this farce is over, your soul will be placed on the scales of life.
No need to ask so many times. Of course I am.
Then why do you drag your feet? Is your fear of crowds holding you back again?
I simply find them too noisy. Paying attention to conceited
Such harsh words. As I see it, you are no less arrogant than...
I couldn't agree more.
Oh. I did not expect to hear that from...
I know myself better than you think I do. At the very least, better than a stowaway like you.
And they say men whose ends are nigh have but kind words. Well, that is exactly why I chose you.
Should I thank you for the compliment?
The hour of the trial has come. Do you have an answer for me?
I suppose there is no point in putting this off any longer.
You were saying that Amphorius's history...
Indeed. The demigods that bear the core flames eventually become the new titans at the world's end. Remember what happened on the Holy Mountain? Calypso, Naias. As their destined ends approached, one by one they left this world, leaving only the twins, who are fated to succeed death. Unfortunately, while their journey is consistent with ours, you and Calypso, as well as Nicodor and Naias, act as supporting evidence. I can only come up with a rough sketch for my theory of a cyclical history. For all the pains I took to reach this point, I had already lost hope of ever obtaining definitive proof. After all, the past is in the past. Proving that we are the legacies of heroes of the past is a hopeless endeavor. That is, until I met a girl named Polixia and her sister. If Castorus was truly sent from the past to the present for the Titan's self-serving reasons, then having lived through 2 cycles, and with Styxia as the pivot, she will no doubt be the link to connect all of this together. If the Twins of Death can bridge 2 cycles to reunite at the shores of the Sea of Souls, then my hypothesis will no longer be just a hypothesis.
Well, that is all well and good, but how can you be so sure? If there is even the slightest error in your...
It matters not. The most important quality a scholar must possess is foolhardiness. If you are overly caught, besides, I, an Exagoras, am come. Let us go and teach those pathetic... So they are leaving the final debate to him.
Let those Chrysos heirs who started this terrible war hear you. Let them hear the voices.
As always, that woman knows how to stir up a crowd.
Professor Anaxa, I thought you'd pass on this.
Everyone must cast their vote, or this assembly would serve no...
Prof, do you truly think it's wise to entrust the fate of the world?
Akama has stood strong under this system for 1,000 years. It stands to reason that there is purpose in its But that is not what you're asking, is it? What you really want to know is Aglaya making the right decision?
Nothing ever escapes you.
I didn't spend all those years teaching you for nothing. Most people only take 4 years to graduate, if I recall.
To tell the truth, I feel like I'm on my way to an... So...
No, I don't.
I thought so.
Because that question is not yours to ask in the first place. Is Aglaya entrusting the world to you the right decision? Don't make me laugh. That is a question that woman must answer herself. Why are you fretting about this on her? Listen up. I'll say this only once. Flip your perspective around and ask yourself this instead. What should I do to ensure that the world doesn't stray from the correct path? That is what you should be thinking about. You still have time, so give it some thought. Oh, and don't bother telling me the answer. Tell it to those begging for salvation from the gods.
Got it. Thank you, Professor Anaxa.
That's Anaxagoras to you.
Who?
That'll depend on how well you perform. They certainly...
Actually, not necessarily.
Elders and citizens, silence, if you please. As the Theoros, I present to you Phinin of Ides Elysiae, virtuous citizen of Akama, and the last speaker of the assembly.
Much obliged, Lord Lycus.
I remember him. He's the penniless lad working for Aglaia.
Where's Lady Goldweaver? Why is she sending this guy to give the last speech? Is this...
Can this dude really face down kindness?
Actually, not necessarily.
By Kephalie above. As you look upon me, so too do I see you. I see your fear and misgivings, your apprehension about the discord. Yet, before you contemplate something as grand as the fate of the world, I ask that you look closer. Look beyond the horizon.
What?
Aedes Elysiae, my beloved hometown, is a village forgotten by time. It is a place with the most invigorating breeze and wheat fields that spread all the... How I wish I could invite all of you to that paradise, far from the noise and chatter of the world. Alas, I can't, because she and all that she nurtured, all that I loved, they have long been devoured by the black tide. My beloved home is no more. I will never forget the day the black tide struck. My father, Hieronymus, fought with a broken sword to his last breath to protect his child. My mother, Aldada, she was ripped apart by monsters. Also, I might live to stand before you here and now. Galba, he was a hunter. But in the end, those arms that once drew a bow instead embraced Piso, his beloved son, as they both breathed their last. Pythias, the teacher, risked her life to save her students, but a burning beam fell on her, crushing her. And what of Livia, her daughter? Did she make it out alive? No, she didn't. Livia, Piso, and so many other children. My childhood friends. They were all swallowed by the black tide and turned into monsters. They kept saying the same thing over and over. Even up until the final moment, I finally steeled my heart and granted them eternal... Why, finally? Aren't we the best of friends? That is the black tide. A looming threat that can bring Akuma to its knees any time. Kindness may have promised that with the 3 Titans of Calamity Con, Akuma will return to an era Chrysia once more. But much as it pains me, I must disappoint you. While the demigod of strife has done everything in his power to hold them back, they are still coming. By now, the name of that black-robed swordmaster, the Flame Reaper, has likely echoed throughout the city already. The roaring thunder is a message from the strife demigod. The Flame Reaper has risen from death, and they...
Lies! If such a powerful enemy is indeed approaching, why is Akuma still a picture of peace?
Exactly! The city of Akuma shows no signs of pandemonium or chaos. And why is that? I beg you, spare a moment to think about this. Are we able to stand here and hold this assembly in peace today because the danger has passed? No! This peace we enjoy is no gift of fate. We are able to stand here today only because the Chrysos heirs have stepped up and shielded Akuma from calamity. With her golden threads, Aglaia has preserved and continues to preserve these idyllic days that all of you hold dear. The Council of Elders claims that Aglaia will one day forsake the people because her divinity is eroding her body and soul. But ask yourselves this. Rather than offering her aid and support, why do they choose to watch and push Akuma away from the flame chase journey? The answer that no one can bring themselves to speak of. A truth stained in blood and buried in greed, fear, and vanity. Allow me to lay it bare before you. It is because the Council of Elders, which bears Akuma's history and honor, along with this citizens' assembly we once took so much pride in, are now infested with vermin.
You insolent whelp! How dare you!
It is true that Aglaya has reached her limit. Why? Because she has been working tirelessly to weave the defenses of our holy city against the encroaching evil. All while these vermin are making a baseless accusation. Not once has she ever failed Akuma. Yet these vermin attempt to tear her apart, tarnishing her name with unfounded allegations. She may have been blessed by divinity, but hasn't her heart always stayed true to humanity? They attempt to mislead you and reduce this assembly to a crude standoff between gods and humans, but citizens of Akuma. Once more, I implore, examine them closely. Beneath all that finery, do you see the good heart of a human or the poisonous glands of a pest? Make your judgment, then turn your gaze to the demigods, whom so many of you regard as cold and merciless. Do you not see the light of humanity in them? Yet, no matter what your answer is, and no matter who your vote goes to, for Aglaya, Tribios, and I will remain your faithful guardians and pledge our lives to upholding your and this vow will stay true until the end of our days, where it will be passed on to future flame chasers. A steadfast and unwavering promise that shall endure through the ages.
At the present time, on the scales of Talenton, those who call for the continuation of each faction holds an equal share of votes.
As expected. This is the moment when the flame chase journey...
And now,
Is there anyone else who hasn't voted?
No, you're the last. Cast your vote with care, for your decision will break this impasse.
I have long since made a decision.
Very well. May you bring much needed change to this farcical world.
The last vote. Vote for kindness.
Who will he vote for? Is cast.
Vote for kindness.
Who will he vote for?
Always the performer.
Talk about a grand entrance.
The die is cast. Who will he vote for?
You've done well, Finan. Given the circumstances, delivering a rousing speech to stir up emotion. Thank you all for your patience. On behalf of the 7 sages of the Grove of Epiphany and the scholars of Amphorius, I, Anaxagoras, am ready to cast mine. But before that, in the interest of fairness, Lady Goldweaver, I pose a question to you before all. Will you, As Finan has promised, stand by the decision made in the Assembly, regardless of outcome.
In the interest of fairness, I make no promises, lest it should influence your decision.
Very well. I thank you for your honesty.
What's he doing?
The stakes are high. Let's be patient.
Cut the act! Who do you think you are wasting our...
Lord Anaxa, please do not forget that I...
Rule number 1. Do not call me Anaxa. Rule number 2. Never interrupt me.
Just vote already. What are you waiting for?
Your vote. Cast your vote.
I cannot help but wonder, is every hardship in the world something you will exploit and...
How else am I supposed to make use of this situation where my body and soul are separated? Oh, Xerxes. Or should I say, let us journey to the Netherrealm and see how she will substantiate the answer to your question. We need only to follow the sound of the tides.
Phew. Well done, child. Just as I foresaw. You have...
Teacher.
What a twist of fate. A blasphemer raised in the doctrines of the Venerationists. It's like a foal kicking its mother in the belly after taking... I respect you cherish the truth even more. So, child, do not be troubled by the criticisms I have borne. Do not let those voices hinder you. As the sage of the Venerationists, I am duty-bound to oppose you. Go forth for the truth. Go now, child. Your lonely pursuit is about, and when you reach the end of this journey, may we meet again.
You have my word, sir.
May Circe safeguard your...
You are right, Empedocles. My lonely pursuit. May we meet again with the...
What are you waiting for? Just cast your vote.
Silence! Silence, everyone! Behold, Xerxes, here at the center of the world, for this place is but one...
Professor, I completed the proof you wanted.
Thank you, Castorus. The answer is plain as day. My vote goes to the Flame Chase Journey and nothing else! Elder Kindness, I have deciphered the truth of this world!
With the balance shattered, the result is clear. By carefully...
No! Ligus, you can't! Anaxa, what have you... I hope you are prepared for the harsh punishment awaiting you. Mark my words, I will make sure that...
Have you forgotten?
You put on such a grand performance, just to aid their
Performance? No, you are quite mistaken. I may be paranoid by nature. If you really understood me, Lady Kindness, you'd realize that I never had any interest in your pathetic little game of politics. Factions, because I, and I alone,
Lady Kindness, with all the citizens here as witnesses, we should honor the spirit of democracy and respect the decision of this assembly. I have observed that Akama has chosen her destiny. This citizens' assembly has resolved to continue the flame chase journey.
You! It seems not everyone is ready for the assembly to end. By your leave.
Interesting. Elders and citizens, your attention, please. Stay for a moment more.
What is this performance?
Just moments ago, all of you made a decision on the fate of Amphorius. But I regret to say that I still harbor doubts about this outcome. Tell me, who among you dare swear to Kephales's name that Era Nova will truly welcome the fairy tale ending that the Chrysos heirs have promised?
Nonsense!
No one? Must I pick some? Very well. You, the one acting so wise and profound. No? Fine. Next. You, the one.
What are you trying to do?
Useless. Your turn, then. With that smug look of yours.
Hey! Mind your tongue!
So, no one? I see. In that case, Finan, answer me this.
Professor, what are you doing?
Let him continue with his performance.
Will you look at that? Even Finan and Aglaya lack the... And what's even more absurd is that no one but I can promise you this new world. And yet, the Assembly passed the resolution anyway. But you needn't worry, because I knew better than to trust you good-for-nothings. That is precisely why I am here today. To give you one final... Now listen up and listen well. I, Anaxagoras of the Grove of Epiphany, hereby declare... Everything that the Flame Chase journey promises is true! Finan of Ides Elysiae, the prophesized demigod who shall succeed Kephale, will reforge each and every one of us in the new world.
What?
The core flame-bearing titans were the Chrysos heirs of yesterday. And the Chrysos heirs who carry the core flames today will become the titans of tomorrow. All of our souls shall endure for eternity in the miracle of the World-Bearer. And all under Kephale's protection shall step into that new world.
This is your blasphemy!
It's impossible.
What? Are you saying that we must bow down to you and worship you, even in our... Enough, you blasphemous imbecile! How dare you try to deceive us with all...
I told you, don't interrupt me. But since you've asked, I shall be kind and indulge you. My statements are based on my experiments on the divine You heard me correctly, everyone. With the tacit approval of kindness and the Council of Elders, I fused my soul with a god through alchemy and learned the truth behind
What is he talking about? Isn't that pure blasphemy?
I, the vile, wretched blasphemer, deserve nothing less than death for my sin. And the Council of Elders, which granted me consent and aided in committing this atrocity.
By the gods, even kindness has been...
I had no knowledge of his transgressions. He did that on his own. The Count, Lord Ligus, as the esteemed Theoros... Are you going to simply stand by and allow the Council of Elders to be dragged through the mud?
If the accusation is true, I will acknowledge it. If not, my conscience stands unburdened. Lady Kindness, the reputation of the Council of Elders was not built in a day, nor will it be shattered overnight. Repercussions await those who fool the people, and punishment must be meted out on those who abandon their vows.
You...
Lady Aglaya, the Gold Weaver, I humbly ask that you take on the responsibility of overseeing this judgment. Considering the circumstances, and in accordance with Akima's codex, as the only demigod among us, you shall rightfully
The honor is mine. Elders and citizens, silence, if you please. Anaxagoras of the Grove of Epiphany has made his statement clear. As per Akima's codex, I request all present first. Elder Kindness of Akima and Ligus the Theoros stand accused of neglecting their duties and abusing the law, leading to the egregious blasphemy against a god. In the names of Talantan and Kefili, Akima is to form a committee before the 7th action hour to conduct an investigation and disclose the findings to the public for subsequent judgment.
Yes! That's what I
Curse you. Now, concerning Anaxagoras of the Grove of Epiphany, in the names of Talantan and Kefili, the accused must be allowed to hear the people's voice prior to the execution. For it...
Professor.
Let him die! Let him die! Let him die!
What decision will you make?
Enough with the hesitation, Aglaya.
Let him die!
Then, in light, O Talantan on high, may you bring...
Allow me to reintroduce myself. I bore the name of Castris while walking among the mortals. And now, I stand as the demigod of death, the living side of Thanatos. Welcome to my realm, where the west wind ends. You're still as energetic as always. Did you know? Every flower here was planted by Thanatos themselves. These flowers were originally both lifeless and immortal, but in the first rain brought by the River of Souls, they were given new life. And it is my duty as the Master of Death to tend to their well-being and foster their growth in this serene haze, similar to the structured cycle of life and death in the mortal world. These flowers too shall wither and fade, returning to the earth and then ascending to the sky with mist and tide. Eventually, they will descend to the mortal land as gentle rain. Every soul undergoes the perpetual cycle of reincarnation, albeit in varied forms, until the world meets its end. Yet, sadly, there's no time left for Emphorius to wait for when the flowers... Now, death is the power at my fingertips. It once led the souls of the deceased here, but I shall open the gate in exchange. Please, take the core flame of death with you and complete the flame chase journey. Do not let our work thus far be in vain. Just like the other demigods, I will stay here and embrace my destiny. That being said, it is not easy to guide a lost soul back to the mortal realm. The whispers of death are sweet and alluring. If your determination wavers, please consider this a one-time exception. I will do everything in my power for the Flame and for your life, the only life I can save. I am glad to hear that.
Over here!
I believe in you.
Just forget about all the hardships.
Lift your chin up high and step forward with us toward tomorrow!
Just forget about all the hardships. Embrace you.
That's right. Keep your eyes on the dawn.
Onward. Show me your courage.
Partner, we shall become heroes together.
All of this is proof that you once lived. Your soul, your memories, the years you've journeyed through, and the path. So, continue onward. Do not stop moving forward, and do not let her sacrifice and the support of all who have stood by you be in vain. Over here, friend! Take my hand. Let's go home.
At last, I knew you could do it. Your soul is still perfectly whole, as if some kind of force is trying its best. Is it Ornyx's final blessing? Or is it a miracle of your own? It's truly incredible. Perhaps it is fate, once again fulfilling its own design. Or perhaps it is the laws from beyond the sky, so It seems that this is the riddle which cannot be solved anytime soon. The sensation of becoming a demigod is truly wondrous. It's as if the river of souls is winding its way through the depths of my spirit, transforming with each breath into a fine rain that nourishes the world. Do you recall that prophecy? At the end of the sea of flowers, the souls of the living shall warm thy fingertips, and after an embrace, there shall be eternal separation. I promised you that I would do everything in my power to give it another meaning. Now I can finally end it in a way that is as beautiful as it deserves. The wish I once sought, but could never grasp, is now within reach. In this brand new world, every blooming life will lift its arms in celebration and recount the profound meaning of this very instant. Every touch, every embrace we share will never again be an ice-cold loss. They will radiate with an intense warmth, sowing love far and wide throughout the land. The other shore is very cold. May I borrow your warmth one last time? Thank you for fulfilling this wish of mine. The place I'll be going to is what humans call the Land of Sorrows. But with this heartbeat and the residual heat of this embrace, I shall turn the nether realm into a gentle place of rest. This embrace may be brief, but it's the proof that I once lived. Farewell, then. May we reunite in the new world.
That grand and absurd performance was what you've been seeking your whole life?
I gave up everything in search of truth. You, on the other hand, performed as I expected. You did not hesitate when you
crave power, like a fly.
Those are your words, not mine.
But what you said at the end, did you already know what I had planned for Finan?
I may have lost an eye, but my vision is clearer than anyone else. You've nearly exhausted your humanity. You're no different from my current state.
That's true. I've long since burned to ash over the past 1,000 years. Only he is capable of unleashing a raging fire that rivals...
So, this is our last chance. How about we let go? May I resonate with your core flame, Aglaya?
Please do.
That's impossible. To persist with your soul thinned to such an extent. You're insane.
Just as you fight to lug your corpse onward to complete your unfinished goals, I have my... Until Finan grows into his position as the prophesied leader, I must continue to lead everyone on the flame chase journey. I must keep inching forward, even if only as an empty shell.
I've long predicted this was the case, but I didn't think you'd already lost so much. How ironic. We would have avoided so many misunderstandings if you and I had just... But casting aside our ideological differences, there is one thing you and...
Finan.
Yes. He was born to be a hero. He understands the hearts of the people, and I can confidently say he is a far better leader than you. Sadly, he is a man cursed by Nestia. But by my estimates, his horribly elaborate sense of style should not impede Era Nova.
Congratulations are in order. We found...
When you put it that way, it makes me want to...
Glaya, we're back. Come welcome our great hero reborn from the ashes.
I hope he didn't hear your earlier assessment.
It wouldn't be the first time I criticized him. A man should be aware of his own
I'm gladdened. But I don't see Castris among your number.
It looks like she not only helped me prove my theory, but helped you fulfill your mission as well.
I agree.
She might not have been able to change her fate, but she still wrote the final verse of her epic herself. Trinan, please recite the prophecy for us. Trailblazer, please surrender that scalding core flame for us. You are the only life she ever saved by her own hand in her 1,000 years on this earth. I believe no one is more qualified for this noble task.
O gods who have returned, and gods who are still watching, today we bring you a soul laid bare. The hand of shadow, Thanatos, remembered their name from the past. From daylight they came, and there was one who joined hands with the Titan, a traveler risen from the dead and reborn among mortal kind. O Majesty of the 12 Titans, we seek your divinity to mend the rifts, fill our bodies with blood of gold, till we wither in willing service to the prophecy. Step forward, trailblazer from beyond the sky, and together with us, surrender the core flame and carve their star into the sky.
Constellation for death.
For life and death, to be more precise.
Look, it's...
No, it's only a divine echo. I think she's here for the trial.
What did she say?
That's the language of the Titans. Castorus. No. The Titan. They said, I have illuminated the cold shadow of death.
Onwards. For your path to the future is bright and its flame eternal. Do not forget.
She made quite a scene.
I won't stop you.
Professor.
What's with that look? So, let's get this execution over with. We wouldn't want to bring shame to Akuma's divine laws.
You never change. I don't understand. If your theory is correct, you'll lose all memories of your past life once you become a...
Of course there's a point. Even if I forget who I... It goes without saying, I'll find a way to retrieve memories of my past life. Besides, I still have you, don't I?
I still don't really understand what you said during the assembly. Even if it were true, things...
Then allow me to tell you right now, what exactly are we? My answer is that the Chrysos heirs are the future Titans and vice versa. So, what are we when it comes to the very essence of the world? Our souls are tiny invisible seeds that hold records of each person's memories of the world. And we are the buds...
Is that what New Spore...
Correct. Once our physical bodies are born, we become new extensions of the world. From there, we plant our seeds into someone's... Just as seeds are affected by their environment, so too will our appearances differ across memories. To destroy our very existence, one must destroy the world itself. That person is you, child of Kefali. This is what it means to be the world-bearing Titan. So, carry everything of this world and live on. Don't disappoint those most precious to you. And especially, don't bring dishonor to my theory.
Anaxa, I swear to you, I'll lead everyone to our reunion in the new world.
Good. That is all I have to say. Farewell, everyone. May we meet again.
Farewell, great performer. May Circes safeguard your...
Are you satisfied, Honorable Titan?
Very. I hereby swear I have borne witness, Anaxagoras of the New Sporists, and thus I shall confer upon you. You shall transcend the peaks of pure...
Oh, so that's a god's prophecy. It sounds like you just Oh, Circes. Is that all you've got?
Well, you've already transcended the peaks of purity, and you were never the type to give me any. But I do still have one.
I know it. What is it? Maybe we're thinking...
As you've so boldly stated, we and the world itself live on... If that is the case, whose...
How should I know? But, since we are both equally, we should allow the children of humanity who come after us to investigate. Rejoice, Circes. I sow the seeds of suspicion in the new world with your soul! And now, the objective is complete. That is all.
Thankfully, she's still alive. Was March 7th also in this condition when she was first... But she still woke up naturally. Looking on the bright side, that might happen this time as well. I do not have conclusive evidence, but perhaps March 7th's memories... Think about it, Miss Himiko. What will happen when someone loses their ability? Unfortunately, short-term memory is an entirely different concept from the inability, but an individual who has lost their ability to remember. The belief of the Garden is that everything in this universe can be interpreted through memories. The past is made up of memoria, while the future is a possibility that will eventually be converted to memoria. But the present, therefore, when a person is affected by the path and loses their ability to remember, their physical form will also be affected. Is Miss Himiko In other words, now is the time. That's not a problem, of course. The true reason behind my intentions is that Amphorius holds special significance. A world that can only be seen through the Garden's mirror means that memo keepers have the right to keep the world in their private collection. If those pathstriders they might unleash their wild ambitions and remodel more worlds into a similar... I chose to remain quiet before, because I did not want... You can be even bolder with your guesses. The people that I'm talking about, they aren't just individuals. I cannot be certain. But I am deeply sorry about what has happened to March 7th. But the deal that I propose still remains a fair one. Miss Himiko, the wisest choice... Let me take back a part of what I said. Although we indeed struck a deal, it seems like I have involved you in some unforeseen danger. It's Fooly. Their gaze has just swept across.
Oh, how interesting. I never expected a mere memo snatcher to be actually hiding so much inside her. What's even more interesting is that the word Amphorius has appeared in her subconscious.
This lady seems to be having fun. Is she usually like this?
It's hard to explain.
What are you two whispering about? Has it not occurred to you that I can hear everything clearly?
Oh, please pardon me, Madam Herta. Would you mind sharing with us what you've discovered?
The ones who need help are the Astral Express. You will have to put up with my meth. Let's get back to the topic. By using the fourth mirror, I rummaged through the brain of this memo snatcher and learned a good deal. Not only does this person know of Amphorius, but there are also many memo keepers who are interested in the place. I searched through her consciousness and found the following terms: the Eternal Land, the Rejected Land, and the private collection of the Garden of Recollection.
It seems like
Since I'm not able to find any useful clues from the outside, why don't I personally visit this mysterious Amphorius?
You're planning to...
Yes, but not in the flesh like you all foolishly did. See these Herta mirrors? With them, I can project my data spirit entity to any corner of the cosmos through spatial warp. But of course, these corners of the cosmos must be within the coverage zone of inter-astral peace communications. After all, this is...
I see. You do seem like the more...
Although that star zone is not within the network of the IPC, the Express itself can serve as a signal station. Come, give me the astral chart. Then, sit back and enjoy the show. All right, now that everything is ready, mirrors, get to work.
Thank you, Madam Herta. Companions are the lifeblood.
Well, this young man sure is courteous.
Madam, watching you work has been an enlightening experience for me. It's hard to imagine that an outstanding scholar like you could maintain such a relaxed... Your calm and collected nature is...
This brat. Why does everything that comes out of his mouth sound so... First mirror, input the coordinates. You'll be in charge...
As you command, the preparations are complete.
Second mirror, prepare for the thought refraction. There's still some distance from the Astral Express to the Amphoria, so this time, raise the power to the maximum.
Okay, I won't fail the mission.
Third mirror, you're in charge of generating the data spirit entity.
I'm happy to help. What kind of a...
Good question. Let me think. Good question. Let me think. Forget it. Just use my own appearance. There's no one there that'll...
As you wish.
Preparation of the data spirit entity thought refraction at max... Excellent. The first mirror.
Have a safe trip, Madam Herta.
May your journey yield good results.
Coordinates input complete. Preparing to activate. Spatial warp counter. Warp activated.
Oh! So that's Amphorius? Its appearance is, well, sure is unique. Second mirror. Prepare for thought refraction. It's time to send...
All right. Please read the safety protocols.
Can't you hurry up?
Yes, ma'am.
I didn't expect it to be so turbulent. I should have asked the second mirror to use slightly less power. What a magnificent sight. Let's see. Perhaps... What's this? A statue? Oh, I finally found your traces. How esteemed must you be for the great Herta to come out personally? When we return, get ready to become free labor for the simulated universe for the rest of your lives. What's this? Oh, it moves? Who are you trying to scare? It's either a projection or a fake. There doesn't seem to be much to take note of. Now then, how am I going to get into Amphorius?
My deepest apologies, esteemed lady.
Who's there?
Your visit, although not part of my calculations, is a pleasant surprise. It's a pity that the preparations are not yet in place to receive...
Are you not going to answer my question?
I have many identities, and I'm going to have the Lycurgus.
All right, Lycus. But you can't possibly think that I'm just asking for a...
Regrettably, I do not have the authority to share more. However, standards are always flexible, while not violating the ultimate agreement. Now, please, kindly turn back. Amphorius is not a world that you should be involved with, regardless.
You seem to understand me very well. then you should know that I have no reason to listen to you.
Your reaction is completely within my calculations. Despite my long years as a watcher, it seems like my assessment of human nature still rings, but my answer remains unchanged. Madam, it is with the utmost...
Let's assume for a second that I'm not so well-mannered, and that I insist on uncovering this. How do you plan to dispel this...
Within the scope of the ultimate agreement, there are 178,002. After filtering through them, I have determined that I only require...
Oh? I'm all...
First, for reasons that cannot be disclosed, Amphorius is a completely isolated celestial.
That's not a good argument.
Second, if your plan is, as you've alluded to, just like you, I have basked in the gaze of the erudition. I stake my honor and assure you that in the worst case scenario...
Oh? No wonder I couldn't find a back door. When I did a scan of our surroundings, the safety protocols on you are comparable to Screwy's. How interesting.
I assume that you still wish to hear...
Of course. Why wouldn't I?
Third, even if you exhaust all you will surely give up once you understand the consequences of your actions. After all, throughout your long...
What a brazen robot. You think that you can actually understand me through your paltry calculus. But since you put it that way, why don't you tell me what these...
It concerns the third path that is entangled with Amphorius. A path that you the destruction. So, if you will break the shackles of a Lord Ravager and win that...
Is this courtyard a tad too small?
It's okay, Clementine. As long as it provides. Welcome to the Twilight Courtyard. How can I help you? Clementine, prepare some things with me. I want this place to be...
Long time no see, Hyacinth. Are Are you here in Akuma for a visit, or do you need help from us?
I want some shining things, even if they're considered...
Wow, there's light everywhere. I saw the spell the professor carved on his body. It must be a power most secret, a means for...
Creation is the Titan's work, and slavery is the Titan's manacle. When imitating divine evil, there's no need to invest reason, most pinnacle. If it's just for odd jobs, students are a better gamble. For a wise one, 5 answers reveal creation's secrets, the truth hidden and bold. But
He is panicked by the flow of time, for his work is yet done, yet to implement.
This man is too arrogant, and he intends to desecrate Orynyx's accomplishments.
I've always lived in isolation. Out of courtesy, this is how I practice my words and actions.
Those words are true. Though they won in fierce battle,
I must peer into all fates.
Death is abominable in humans' eyes. Apart from my identity, there's nothing about me.
Ah, well, none can know all things, nor be skilled in all crafts. Her work